Well, I haven't patterned about all morning. We can get kicking. Although Samurai's a wonderful musician, so just vibing with that's good too. Oh, it going steady. Let's put a Blue Sky post up though, for record keeping purposes more than anything else. Um, let's see. It ain't worth it. Me and her for loving, is it worth it? Okay, that is a postman on Blue Sky about stuff. Awesome. Um, so hello everybody. Good morning. Probably turn the same array down a little bit. If you're watching the VOD for some reason, as usual, I got the VOD music kind of off. We are listening to the wonderful Sammy Ray, the Good Life EP specifically. It's really good. I do hope y'all take some time sometime soon to listen to her a little bit. It's beautiful work, beautiful music. But today what we're doing is we're programming. I've had brainworms the last couple of days about this. I've had the motivation to actually do it. It makes me very happy. I like making stuff. The whole brain issue stuff sometimes gets in the way of that, but today we're actually doing it. Um, last couple of days I've been doing some things, so you can see the like RuneScape chat border theme is looking a lot better now than it has been. I'm very proud of that. I got the corner embellishments working, did some shadowing effect. There's still more to do. Um, I mean, I'll pull up a reference picture because I'm very interested in copying the vibe of this exactly. But like the example I'm working off of for that aesthetically is like, this thing. The classic chat box from old school RuneScape. You can see the whole style. There's like a lot of like light effects on the background, like papyrus kind of thing. That my goal is not a one-to-one, because if it was one-to-one, I would just copy this PNG, chop it up a little bit, and then just use that. The goal is something inspired by it that has the vibe, but is like still customly made, because I like doing things that way. Because also, it lets me create algorithms and rules that copy the aesthetic that I can then reuse elsewhere, and also forces like a deeper understanding of like how they made this in the first place. So, like in the actual like file that I have this written up in, there's like a ton of notes about like style things and like specifically, the border on this is actually just a 7 by 32 pixel bit that repeats repeatedly. If you look really closely at the top there, you see like constant like that low light up pattern keeps the same way. Um, and then stuff like the corner embellishments, how it does like the inside dark effects for like a sense of light coming down on it, all that stuff. So there's the background papyrus effect to give it texturing with the lighting, and then just some texturing to go on in the body of the border too. But that's not what we're doing today. That's what I do at some point eventually in the future. Today we're doing something else, which I'm excited about. Which also I'm not sure yet if that's gonna like mess up stream performance a whole bunch either. So we're gonna see what happens there. Um, so I've been meaning to do something for a while now, and it's making captions. I want on-screen captions, and I want to stylize it the way I want. Wait, I just remembered something. Turn that off because I need to quickly just make sure that if something happens in the game in the corner, that no one can see me put in the pin number. It's really a shame. By the way, RuneScape in the corner because brain. Um, oh, they got new stuff in the Oddment store. What are these? Oh, that's weird. Okay, I'll look at that later. But yeah, this is gonna be in the corner. I'll just make that visible too. What we're doing today is I wanted to captions because I have a plan for the captions specifically of stylizing it so it looks like the RuneScape chat box or the RuneScape like dialogue box for quests and stuff. Because I think that's just a fun idea to me. Um, I've already got a good chunk of the thing figured out. So obviously, captions, it's a, voice to text software kind of thing. Oh, hi, I'm Ada. I am a trans woman on the internet. I do stuff. Um, it is 9:51 a.m. East coast of Canada's looking overcast and gray. The water looks pretty, but a little bit not turgid. I don't know. I think that water could turn on you pretty quick. The weather's nice, probably a little bit chilly. Um, I am a programmer by trade, not by employment though, unfortunately. Um, I like making stuff creatively, a lot of visual stuff too. Um, I also stream on here, play games sometimes. First time doing a programming stream in a long time actually. So, anyways, I keep it to myself because I have attention issues. So, captions. Um, any captioning software. I used to have one that was just I think it was a Chrome-based implementation or something. So I would just like screen capture the Chrome window that was doing that. But that's disappeared. And also, I like knowing how these things work a little bit better. So I was looking for software to do this instead. Because ultimately, what it's going to be is voice to text stuff has always been a kind of machine learning type thing. It uses a lot of examples of human text or human voices with the text of what they're saying to kind of build up that whole thing of interpreting your sound waves and knowing what you're saying according to that training. Current implementations of that, um, the most common one that people will say to use is OpenAI with Whisper. However, ethics, I care about ethics. I care about morality. I don't like OpenAI very much. They steal a lot of stuff, and even Whisper is made off of YouTube videos primarily that have not been given permission to do that. So it's a lot of data scraping by people I think kind of suck. So instead, I'm using something called Vosk, VOSK, which is like a research-based kind of thing. It's actually kind of hard right now to find alternative options for speech-to-text models and whatnot, just because everyone's just kind of using the big ones in the last little while. But I'm using this one, and if we run this real quick and it's running the right one, we'll pop it open, we'll get going, and you'll see in the bottom there as I start speaking that it is, kind of working a little bit. It's a little bit finicky. Um, I'll give it a moment so that it can kind of reset. Yeah, it gets there in the end. Um, it gets barony, apparently. Anyways, so what I've got is a Python file that you can see over here. It's hooked up to... Is it? No, it's not. I'm lying. Hang on a minute. That is the wrong file. 1 second. Oh, that's right. It is... That was a reference I was using from something else that I'd done before. Let me just pop this in here. Did I just as a folder? I think it's a folder. There we go. So what I've got is, you just install Vosk via the Python interface kind of thing. I got my plan for how it should work. You just import this stuff from it, and then honestly, there's a website or a GitHub repo kind of thing with examples. They don't have a good API for Vosk, unfortunately. There's not really instructions on how to use it. So I'm kind of rocking with looking at examples that exist of people using it without really having the option, just like a nice thing to look at. But basically, you just start out with that. It gives you most of the stuff here. I removed a bunch of stuff that wasn't necessary because I'm not doing this from a command line context, which simplified it a fair bit. And then, you have this going, you run it, it's doing all the stuff with your device, it's getting the information, it's doing processing in multiple different kinds of ways, and once it does that, it kicks it up to here, where once I've connected up to the thing, I'm using sockets, so just Python starts up a sender socket, Java has a receiver socket, so as it's doing this, it's just popping all of the data over, so what you're seeing in the text box in here, all this stuff is what's sending over. And it being sockets, it's just like the local machine socket, so it's just the local port or the local address, all that stuff. And all of that's happening through a library interface I put together. I mean, I had already written it before for the talk sprite in the corner, you see, because that's also using a Python program. Python just has better libraries that are very efficient for a lot of this stuff, but my graphics tools and other stuff are in Java. So I just set up a little thing. Where is it? Yeah, Java Python socket talk. This whole thing. Over here. That just gives you a little interface for, you just tell it what is your Python file, where is it, and who is going to be receiving the stuff. So I think it's a visitor pattern. And then it just, off to the races. So as this does its stuff and sends it, this function keeps getting called, and then it does stuff. Simple, you know? I really enjoy programming because I get to make all these like convenient tools that just simplify things for myself over time. It's great. I love it. I mean, that's why this is my most recent library thing I've built. I've got my graphics library here as well. I gotta clean this out. I don't need all these in here anymore. Um, Probably other stuff too. Yeah. So we're doing caption stuff today. So there's a couple ways I can approach this because basically what I have already, which I really needed, was also almost everything I make is public. If you want to like look up my stuff and mess around with it, um, that should do you good. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, it's the captions. There's a couple ways I can do this. I need to kind of figure out what I want to do. Because right now, for example, on screen, you see the chat box right now that just popped up with my name and the stuff I was saying. That is working through JavaScript. So I have my bot, Mr. Hyde bot. I can prompt him. He has chat commands and stuff. The way he's working is it's a JavaScript thing running on Node. It keeps it's tuned into all the Twitch event stuff. So whenever a chat message happens, it's already listening for that. It gets the ping of this happened with all the data on it. It takes that, processes it, and interprets it, and then it turns that into an HTML stylized file that I then have a browser source in OBS hooked up to with a custom plugin I got from the internet that does an auto reset. Because the thing is, if I didn't have an auto reset, it wouldn't know to update itself. It would, like, I could change the file, but it wouldn't know that it needs to redisplay it properly or anything like that. So every second, the chat thing updates whatever the file currently looks like, which keeps getting rewritten by the bot. So one way I could do the captions, and actually I'll just have this running in the background the whole time to see how well it's doing. One way I could do the captions is just that. I have the Java program write to a HTML file that's being displayed in browser source and gets updated every second. Now the thing is, I'm not sure that's going to be a good way to do it. I'm I'm worried about potential like race conditions because the thing is, every time you see the voice fiend pop up in the bottom there is another time that would get updated. So once a second, I mean, I could make it faster, I think. I think I can make it like more like a quarter second maybe. But I'm not sure if that's gonna be an effective way of doing that. The other option would be to stylize it customly, um, and just use my graphics library to build a little visual thing that takes the text that you see on screen right now that keeps popping up, and then formats it into the display, which also gives you the benefit of I think I can import a custom font, which is good because I don't have a way to easily put stuff on screen, do I? There's a font for the RuneScape text box stuff from the old days, and I do kind of want to use that. My plan is not to have the entire stream always be a RuneScape theme. It's just that is motivating a lot of getting stuff put together, and then I can customize it other ways in the future. So if I just change out the font and did some stylized changes on the captions, it wouldn't be a RuneScape theme anymore, it'd be something else. Not to say I don't like the RuneScape stuff, there's a reason I'm doing all this. I think it's very charming. But I just want to put that out there that I'm not going to be a one-trick pony for aesthetics. Anyways. And if you're curious, I am currently fishing in Menaphos because it's extremely hands-off passive. It helps me train fishing and cooking, which you need for stuff inexplicably. And oh, I can do the necromancy stuff now. Cool. I can catch the ghost fish. It also just gets you the reputation very slowly for this place, and you know, I needed 65 fishing for Kwambwan anyways. There's a whole system going on there for what I'm trying to do. But yeah, so I could try the HTML thing, but I feel like that's going to be a dead end very quickly. Because also, the browser source stuff has a flaw. It can't do any file reading whatsoever. If you have a browser source for a local file, it has no access to your machine in general. So you could not reference an image file, you couldn't reference anything, basically. All it can do is reference a JavaScript file, and that's it, basically. And the JavaScript file then can't reference anything else either, it doesn't have the context for it. That was a security change they made a while ago that made it very difficult to get my stuff working. Um, my original plan for the talk sprite was to do the same browser source kind of thing, but that didn't work. So it's Java program now, which is nice. I get to actually do like architecture design on it now, which I do like. So some stuff can be done browser source if it's a closed context but doesn't require other file knowledge. But otherwise, you gotta kind of go for some more hoops. Oh, that minimized. Oops. There we go. It's back. Out of curiosity, system usage is... How much is this using right now? Eclipse, where are you in this list? Oh, yeah, that's right. Eclipse is technically a Java program in here. Like 50 megabytes? Oh, that's like nothing. So the nice thing too is you have a choice of which um, models you want to use, because Vosk has a couple available to you. Where'd that file go? Here we go. You have a couple. I am using the model Vosk model English US .22 LGraph. It's like a 500 megabyte, no, 150 megabyte, I think, sized model. So it's a very quick load in. It works pretty quickly. It's not as effective as the Vosk model English US .22. That's like 1.5 gigabytes, but it's much faster, which is nice. And actually, right now, technically, with how I have my socket fiend talking, there's a glitch in it that lets this work. In that until the Python program sends a message to the Java thing, it doesn't wait for a timeout to see if things aren't working. Which also means that if your Python program is referenced wrong and doesn't run, it it just hangs and just keeps waiting for the first message and doesn't actually like shut down and say something went wrong. I need to fix that. But that means that for as long as it takes for the model to load in and send the first message, the Java end just waits for that, fortunately. That should be intentional, not accidental. But anyways, and then there's also this one, which kind of sucked. I was worried about using this with the first model, but these ones work better. But that's not important because that side of things is working, so we want to do something else right now. I'm going to get distracted for 2 seconds. Okay. So the goal here is to build a captioning software thing that will produce a visual manifestation of the text that is being derived from my speaking, um, and shove it to the screen in a formatted way that is pleasant. I haven't done text in a little while. It's gonna be kind of annoying, I think. So let's see. Well, first things first, we would need to import the library. Um, let's also give it the version it should be using. It's a good idea to copy your jars over to your thing. I mean, I think there's definitely more advanced ways to do a lot of this stuff than what I'm doing, but it's not ways I'm familiar with from my own work. So I just kind of do what I'm familiar with, what has worked for me. Uh, let's see. So general plan is so we should probably have an actual interpreter object so we can have a reference to it to do stuff with, make it do other things. So if it's gonna be a lightweight whatever, then for now at least we can just have it be and actually at this point I should just make it a separate class as well because there's no reason not to. I was doing experimentation last night for some of this stuff. And at this point it's like, yeah, it should just be I should do this properly and with great respect for how all this stuff works. Toy examples are one thing, but eventually got to actually do it. There we go. So that end should still be working fine. You may now import stuff from my graphics library. So graphics library, software visual interface, I built that back in university. I was doing a lot of projects and I just kept doing the exact same thing for a lot of it. So I figured I should just standardize this so I can reuse it, which interestingly, so technically there's a thing about the work you submit in university is supposed to like always be novel and you can't submit old work for a new project. But in programming where you build tool sets for yourself, like it's a little bit complicated and no one gave me an issue with it, so I think we're good. I really enjoy programming just for the ability to make your own tools and stuff like that. It's just satisfying to slow. It's like you get to build your own hammer, and very few things let you do that, and I love that. Let's see. I'm definitely forgetting a lot of stuff I could be doing here, but one thing that'll be very fun is some stuff I added to this recently. I don't see the pop-ups. That's a shame. I would do just like a screen capture instead of an application capture, but I don't know if it's going to pop up or not. Set frame shape norm. I mean, I don't need that right now. Let's just do a set name. Simple. You've got a close bracket. And in this case, so the way this is built is you can have multiple panels. So you can like have different regions. You can also like have elements associated to specific um, groupings so that you can move them as a group separately. So like a scroll bar works by having a slidable thing that makes all the elements in that group move with it, kind of thing. But for a lot of like small toy projects, like the talk sprite, like this, I just one handle panel for the whole thing. It's for complicated projects that I would want multiple panels. Partly because I could just have a panel go invisible for like or appear again to act as like a menu screen or something. So I can just kind of like have these nice pre-built fabrications all over the place. Let's give this a something like that for now. Come on. Maybe these have a default. Yeah, let me just run this real quick to see if this does the thing I expect it to do. Yep, there it is. So the tricky part now is, well, I mean, okay, get the baseline minimum viable product. Um, Speaking of actually, I can get this going now. There we go. So the very basic version of what this would be is we just have this. How did I set this up again? Let's see, priority 5. I think this auto centers. I don't remember. I set this up somehow for convenience. Now I forget what I did. Default font, and we're gonna use, yeah. So currently, oh, I need that to be exact match on the. Maybe it is from the top left instead of centered. I have a middle ground composite thing that I use to simplify stuff a little bit. And there we go. We're getting text, but it's in the wrong spot. I think I just wasn't speaking when it was active last time. Let's try that again. Speaking so that text gets shown in the thing after a moment, and we're going to see if it's appearing. Yeah, there we go. So we have a very basic version right now, and as you see, it's shown on a screen. There we go. Ostensibly, it does the thing. Very simple kind of situation there, but it's doing it. I can throw this to be, make that a lot wider actually. And then from the OBS perspective, I can also throw on a filter real quick to chroma key out the white. Let's see, custom color. Oh, I think if I chroma key out white, that does something weird. Yeah, you kind of lose everything if you do that. Here, let me fix that by just WF that set background color. And we'll just make it, that bright green. And I'll keep hitting the wrong keys on my keyboard. like so, and then we can custom color this to be 250 green. And then we restart it. Then it will not have worked, I think. Did it not? Does text automatically do a background behind it? Hold on a second. I don't think it does. But I do forget how my own stuff works sometimes. No, for some reason it's not. That's weird. Why would it be doing that? Let's see. Set background color to be that. Well, in that case, I can just. There's a solution for this. HP dot add rectangle rect. Priority lower value I think goes first. I've done this in a while. Just the whole thing, please. Not centered. We are going to be using the 250 green color. I wonder what reason is you can't really chroma key on pure white. Must be a reason. One more time. There we go. Okay, so now if I speak, we get a little bit of a border thing going on. So 1 second, let me just see if I can mess with this a little bit, just to make it a little bit nicer. No, it's having some trouble, isn't it? Let's see. Smoothness maybe? Okay, I need constant audio so I can like see what it's doing. So we're getting a lot of green hovering around it, even though we shouldn't really be seeing that. That's weird. Could I just set the background to be transparent? Can I just not really. And if I set it to do, well, so there's a thing you can do that I think is very interesting. You can set, you can make windows, graphics windows that you make in Java any shape you want, which means that you can make it so that they don't have a title thing on them and they can be an arbitrary shape. So right now the shape is normal. You can kind of see a little bit there's a square around it, more or less. You can also make it a disk if you want just something to be a circle, like so, or an oval, based on the size of the pane. However, with the way that things render, whatever is directly behind it on the screen in the empty spaces gets included in the capture for some reason. I don't actually know why. Um, I especially don't know why, because right now, that ball in the corner that's just rotating, that's doing the exact same thing, but it doesn't capture the empty space around it from behind it. I don't know why. I need to look into this. A lot of programming stuff is like that, especially when you're using like Java doesn't have the best graphic systems, honestly. They're kind of old and outdated, but they try. It's weird. Yeah, it's getting that weird green border around it. I don't know why it's doing that. I mean, it's probably rendering in a way where it has a slight border around it. Um, I mean, can I just make it transparent? Is that legal? It is not. Yeah, no, that's not really working, is it? Hmm. Well, I don't want the shape to be this way anyways. That's not gonna be effective what I'm trying to do. But yeah, if I make the background white, which I hope this is, I always forget which way it goes, and I said it's transparent, I don't think it actually will be transparent is the issue. It would be transparent relative to the rest of itself, but not relative to my needs. Unless the alpha value is supposed to be 1 for this, but yeah, I don't think it is. Yeah, it just makes it pure white, which actually means the background by default isn't pure white, it's an off gray. But yeah, I don't know why the background color thing isn't working here, huh? Well, I guess I'm not actually telling it to set visible, am I? Maybe skipping over some steps. Well, one thing I want to do immediately is remember how to define a font. I believe it's that, and then like size 24. I think that's the style for this. I mean, that's basically what Null does here anyways, but I want to be able to make the size bigger. So now if I talk into the thing and we see what's happening, it's much larger, which makes it, a little bit nicer in that respect. But I still need it to be transparent so that I can chroma key out the background, which is not wanting to do. So let's also give ourselves, this is all kind of shuffled right now. I'll sort this later to make it like nicer. Let's call it chroma. So ideally, we can just have chroma be like, the bright green background color. Also, in a minute or two, I'll put on the classic music I would listen to while programming on streams 5 years ago. Um, Hugh Laurie's Blues album. I don't know why, but for some reason, it's a good vibe. Okay, so I should also make it so it just by default does that up front, so that there's not like a lag time on it. So it comes in and then we chroma key it. No. Why's the background white? What do you think you're doing? You are misbehaving something fierce today, aren't you? So I'm speaking and text comes up, but there's like a border around it for some reason. Well, I guess what I could do then, well, except you can't chroma key on white, but I don't mind there being like a border around the text. But the thing is, it shouldn't be doing that. I don't want it to be doing that on purpose. So for some reason, it's drawn in a way that isn't quite right, and I can't filter out. Yeah, for some reason, I guess because it's drawn. Oh wait, that looks better. It's not clear though. Hang on. Because I mean, it's a pretty obvious, like, just grab the color that's like the color. My preview thing is showing key spill color reduction. Okay, I need audio on the thing so I can see. Oh, that's better. And it kind of gives you like that white border black kind of thing. That's nice. Keep talking so I can keep seeing stuff. Let's see. I mean, ideally I wouldn't have to fiddle with this too much, but I guess it is another program's like chroma key thing that's being the issue right now. Although theoretically, it should be possible. I mean, that's the thing. If I did, hang on a second, I could do something weird. Let's see if this works. If I set the frame shape to be this, like so, and I'll worry about the fact that it's going to chroma key the background, and I don't want to do that. And I will move stuff around. How would be the best way to do this? Well, if we set the frame shape like that, and then we made the chroma background thing actually just be ideally transparent like so, then on generation, no, that's not really transparent though, is it? Yeah, and then if I didn't have the filter on, then, well, we do get that, but I don't really know why it's showing up so well. That's weird. Because the font we're using isn't colored in any kind of way. But that's not what we want. That is incorrect. I mean, I guess the idea is we don't want the rectangle here then. So this is just the process where I mess around and figure out like the baseline, how to get a thing working more or less. And then once I kind of get that figured out, we uh, we build the program fully around that working. Why do I do that to text? Here, we're gonna just have to take up more space. So what I would like is, well, the problem is just that the way that you have to get the transparency. Oh, I did the wrong one. I'm being silly. Okay, there we go. Because it auto centers on that context. And now once it loads in, and this is why I'm using a smaller model too, is I get it quicker, it comes back quicker. Okay, so we got this going. It's doing the caption text. For some reason, it's capturing larger than the actual feign, so I'm getting some of the OBS window behind it and on the side. Don't know why it's doing that. A little bit weird. I mean, stuff always does stuff like that. Just stuff always breaks. Nothing ever works quite right. It's strange that I'm in my discipline that I am, given that. Hold on, what did I set the size to again? I set it to 500, 200? Well, be the size you're supposed to be then. There's an unfortunate thing where it just does this sometimes too, it just doesn't bound properly. So is it not actually making it at the specified size? Why would you be doing that? Oh, if you make it. Weird. If I undo that though, because it's not working. Do we get back to something that just works? There you go. It's right size again. I do not believe custom sizes are going to do what I need to do here. So, let's see. I want to chroma key out the background, but it's doing a foggy kind of thing where the text is not being very crisp. So that when I try to chroma key out the background, when I set the chroma to, that pure green color we all know and love, which even when I set the background of the window to that, it still is throwing down its own thing on top of that, so it's not actually using the window background properly. Which, that's interesting, why it's doing that. I'm sure I worked in other places. I just have to wait. No, I don't set the panel background colors, that's not how it works. Well, in that case, we'll just go back to having it draw those in as well, so we have the color we're actually looking for in there. There we go. So now when we talk into the pane, again, we're getting the text on top of that, but obviously we don't want it to look like that, so we have to have a chroma key. And then, that works pretty all right, I feel like. It kind of does the job, more or less. It's a little wishy-washy. It's a little bit finicky, but it does it. Now, the one issue is I talk a lot. It's what I'm supposed to do here. I've been going for like 45 minutes already. I've barely stopped talking. And the box fills up very quickly. And eventually, it's just going to kind of, run out. So a couple of things I want to do. A couple ways I want to style this. Um, is we're first gonna so we do the cleanup, and actually I'll even just do a quick function here that's just gonna take all of that like so, and just do the cleanup in a separate function so that that's separated out. Pop it there. We'll just clean the input. Basically, when you actually get the input of what it looks like from the Vosk vein, um, it looks just like, I don't know. It's almost like a JSON file format for some reason, but it's actually just a string. You don't actually get it back in like a object format. So in the Python context, I couldn't really clean it up very well, but it doesn't matter. Interpret new voice. So ideally, you know, a function does one thing. A class suits one purpose. the thing that receives the data should not be doing all this shit. For testing purposes, I am going to continue having the output in the bottom, even though we can see stuff just fine. Um, but there's something I want to do here, which is, I mean, there's a couple things I want to do. First of all, there should be a maximum size to the whole thing. Um, we don't want too much. So what we're going to do is, let's see. Ideally, let's see. There's a couple things I want to do here. I mean, the obvious thing we could do is just always kind of cut it off. So, so that it's not too long. An obvious thing we could do is just say, um, you know, if in dot length greater than, let's say 200, and we'll mess with that number as we kind of go along. Then we just chop off however much we're over by. So doing this kind of thing, it'll pop up, I'll start talking, we'll get a bunch of text going, I'll say a bunch of stuff, and as it eventually gets too long and there's too many words in there, and I think maybe 200 was too high of a number actually, unfortunately. Yeah, 200 was too high. I'll sit down to like maybe like just a nice 70. Try that again. So once it's loaded in, and there we go. Okay, so now if I speak into the thing and we get a lot of text going, once it's about 70 length, you'll see the beginning of it start to kind of get cut off and paste out, I believe. Are you not going to do it? Are you sure you're not going to do it? Oh, am I just horribly miscounting how many letters are in this? Oh, I always do this. Hey, remember that substring doesn't actually change the original. Strings are immutable. You gotta remember that. A function that says to do a thing to a string is not actually going to change the string. It's going to do the thing and give you a new string. I always forget that. It's a problem. Um, 'Cause some languages also are different. But now we see that the way it's working is that it's getting to the point and it starts cutting off the beginning. So the only issue is, so it's working. We're not going to get too much text at a time, and you're going to see what I said most recently. However, it's very jarring. It's actually hard to follow that along as a reader, I'm pretty sure, just because it's like very, chunky. And you can't really like keep your eye on a single spot very well doing that. So that's not going to work. But it's a basic way of kind of solving this issue a little bit. I'm kind of just talking out the thought process. I probably wouldn't actually like implement these approaches because of the problems I'm saying of them as I'm doing this. But I don't know, it's interesting to me. I like solving problems and thinking about potential solutions and their issues. So what I'm gonna want to do instead, most likely, is chunk it up. Also, because like I don't want to cut off a word in the middle of it. Like I was just saying, like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, 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 and whatnot. It's not doing a clean cut on the word. It's chopping it off in the middle. So what I probably want to do is maybe a system of, let's say, and you're a string array, which means, a minute. Yeah, dead length. It's a property, not a thing. Let's say the 15 most recent words. Um, Actually, so this isn't the first one I want to do. What we want to do instead is do do do. So the most recent 15. Oh, I did that backwards. Oops. That's a fun way to have your brain think about arrays wrong. Um, So this is just a way that we can throw the words in. Should we find out a space at the end? This is still not, I think, the final answer I want to do for this anyways. So now the approach we have is the most recent 15 words in there. So as we speak and as things start going along, hopefully this doesn't crash. So as we speak and move and keep kind of putting words into the whole thing, it's gonna start chopping off the like words from earlier, so that there's a bit more nuance, I suppose you could say. There's a bit more. I mean, it's not gonna chop off a word awkwardly, but it's still gonna be shuffling in a way that's like very hard to see. It's just a little bit tricky. Another approach, something I can think of, is that what we start doing is we take the entirety of text of all the input we've had so far. Um, there's going to be one issue with this, but I don't have to worry about that right now. So where text is an array of strings and text is going to if text equals null, text equals in dot split, and then we just use text for this instead, or rather, yeah, we just do that. Otherwise, string array other equals in dot split on empty space, and then we just have to find where they match up. So ideally what we would do is say, let's see, well actually no, if other dot length equals 0, it resets because it stopped talking. Otherwise, we grab the first one and then we do a search from, let's see, text.length minus 1, I greater than or equal to 0, I deducing backwards. And the goal here is just to find if text at I dot equals key. In Java, the double equal sign is a memory reference comparison for objects, or it's the actual value for basic objects, primitive types, I should say. So if the thing actually equals one another, text at I equals key, then what we want to do is start appending to the end of text, except I made text an array, but that should be an array list because I don't want to deal with dynamic sizes. I have been using too much. What is it? JavaScript? Yeah, JavaScript lately, where you can just append push to lists. It should be new. Yeah, just import it. Come on. You're allowed to do that. Is it? It's add. Every language has a different term to use for how to do this. It's a lot. And at this point, I'm just going to do a helper thing of where we just, make a function that just does this, so I don't have to keep writing it out. Like so. So now we just say, like so. There we go. And now it's an array list, so we say size. And then we have say dot get. So once we find, go in reverse order where it is in there, then going forward, j is less than other dot, j, not k. J iterating, then text dot add other dot, other at j. So basically, the idea is we find wherever the two of them finally meet up with each other, because the idea is that text already contains some of the dialogue in the current text that's being shown on the screen, and then it'll just append on the new stuff to the end of it separately. So that we have basically an array of terms that we can manipulate and do whatever we want with that is like the entirety of the thing, going back for a while. So we do that, and then in the case where we reach the end and it didn't actually do it, potentially it could reach it multiple times. So if we do end up doing that, then after we hit the if statement there, we break. Not great form. My old CS professor would not be happy if he was in a break there, but it's convenient in the moment, and this isn't a big deal. So we break out of the loop. If we end up getting there and we haven't actually done the thing though, Boolean found equals false. If we get in there and do it, then found equals true. If we didn't actually find anything, we didn't actually do it, then we just, for whatever reason, it wasn't there. Who knows why? Actually, what's the case where the word wasn't there? In that case, I mean, the issue is that another word could have gotten swapped. Actually, am I doing this wrong? I think I'm doing this wrong. Because I'm looking for the first main and other. No, the idea here is I'm looking for the first term that's shown up. No, I think the key actually is supposed to be the last main in text. Yeah, I did this backwards. Oops. So whatever the last main that text just saw was, then we are searching backwards through other to find it. Yeah, I did this backwards. Sometimes you do that. And then if other at I equals key, then we search backwards through, how does it work in a minute? So what we're doing is the last word that text saw, then whatever's in the other, whatever's in the current thing, we're going back to find whatever I made up, just in case like multiple words got added at once to the captions. You okay, buddy? What's up, Linus? Sorry, there's a dog here. Hey, bud. Yeah? Hi, Pepper. Oh, don't go get excited, please. I'm doing something. It's okay. I'll play with you later. Um, the dogs are excitable. So we get the key, which is the last thing that the text saw. We have to search backwards through other to find the last time that was seen, and then we have to work forward through other. Yeah, and then we add. Yeah, okay. I just had that part backwards, I think. If we don't find it, which means the last thing in text, we're going to assume that means it got swapped. So whatever term it was got changed, which means the key needs to be another one. So that's another helper function just to automate that. Find overlap overwrite. I don't know. So the other this function is that and an index. So what this should do is it'll get the thing and it'll get it at the index value we say to match for. The function's overall return found, which means it has to return a Boolean. So we look for it, we try to add this stuff if we find the match and we do it, which means we don't actually have to do that. We can just return true at this point now, which then means this can just return false. Remove that. So now the else case is just find overlap overwrite doop-a-doop-a-doo other, and then it would be text.size -1. And then while not found, doop-a-doo, we just decrement index and then call the function again. like so. No, a greater than 0 explicitly, because otherwise index would decrement down to -1. I would break it. Actually, technically. So that's a funny loop to write. So while we have not found the thing, actually in that case, technically, we can just cut that out because then it's implicit. Not sure if this is good, but it's funny to me. My brackets off. My brackets are off. Okay. So basically we do the thing, if the overlap is not the last letter or the last word in the sequence, then, if it's not found, then while the index value is still greater than 0, we just keep doing this. And once the return result is true, it'll stop doing a loop. And it's just going to keep going back trying to find a matching term so that it can then overwrite anything that got corrupted later on. So we don't really need an array words because we can just use text. Text.size. This is probably going to crash because it's just a lot all at once that I have not probably thought through enough. So, yeah. It's going to be fun to see this, the error that pops up from this. Okay, and now it's listening, and is it working? Speaking into the thing, and now it's listening. It does not seem to be really doing the thing, though. Nothing is showing up in the output, so something is wrong. So let's see. Well, the first instance it should have worked because it should have just gone right through, which means probably I just messed up something here. I equals text.size minus 15 less than 0. Set to 0, otherwise that. I look text.size, append all of that to you, to string. That should be fine. So then subsequent attempts probably have not worked. So let's see. So probably what I want to see then is just at the end of, probably like a before and after. Oh, do array lists have a good to strain? I don't think they do. I think they have a really annoying one that doesn't tell you anything. Well, we'll see. Oh, something crashed. Not for a reason I expected it to. Huh. Oh, because it's null. Sometimes you just forget. You do a null check and then you set up a reference to it before the null check. Yeah, that works sometimes. Okay. Now we're seeing how it's going, and it's a bunch of empty strings. Nothing's getting put into it properly, but it is putting stuff in there, which is interesting. So let's see. Am I just splitting something wrong? Let's see. In.split by that. Um, let's see, because we're seeing what the thing actually is. In is coming in being split. We're not changing it. Reset text from in. Again, the other array is not being changed in here. Let's see. That's interesting. Getting a lot of empty strings in the bottom there, huh? Don't do the empty string. Come on. Yay, -1. Would you do that? Interesting. I assume that would be empty. Hmm. Well, in that case, let's have a look at what this actually is. Um, and then I guess if... Well, index shouldn't be -1. Hang on. Why is index -1? Right, so it's passing -1 into there, which means this has become a -1. Oh, or this is a trivial case. Um, oh, because this should be, I think, text that size. Or... Because reset text should just grab the whole thing. Well, okay, we'll just put an or in there. I'm deep in whatever I'm doing. So how about now? What's gonna happen here? So we're seeing... Okay. Oh, hey, I think it's working now. So, let's see. Um, yep, okay, we can delete all of these then. We found the things that were being weird about it, and it's working. Let's give it a little bit more than that, though. So now when I speak into the thing and it's happening, we will start to see, like, it's doing it. But it's also moving very quickly, um, which, just, yeah, just happens. It seems kind of confused, though, sometimes. It's not resetting either. I think it's supposed to do that, you know. So now I'm going to speak into it. I'm going to say some words. It's going to detect me and do things. And then, yeah, the moment it hits like an empty patch, it's going to like bloop. So ideally, then actually what we want to do. And again, I'm going to clean this up later. Private Boolean. Uh, well, if it's always going to be that, then actually I could just say as long as the first thing isn't the empty string. So if it's the case that it has anything that's not the empty string, um, and reset on next. Got my instinct here. So I think what it should do now is it'll take the audio from me, it'll show it. and then it keeps it, and it only resets it when I start speaking again. Now, an issue here is just it's really jittery. And also, I'm sure there's going to be some weird errors in how the code's working specifically. Like, it still sometimes there's a bunch of duplicates on something for some reason. It's just being kind of finicky. It's weird. And one of the foibles, not foibles, one of the things about this too is like sometimes the Vosk captioning stuff, when doing your voice to text, what it's doing is it's going to retroactively change a previous word you've said once it like reinterprets it as something better. Which is why I did that thing of if the words aren't matching up, it keeps going back until it finds the first match, but it still might have an earlier match but isn't quite right either. So there's a correction thing I would maybe want to do, but it's not really necessary because it's like, you know? But again, the thing is, this is messy. It's still very messy. It's still like very jittery and moving, and you can't really keep up with it. And it's not really writing out very smooth either. Like, well, that's fun. Interesting. You know, I was like, why is it doing that? So if I say a single word, interesting. Is it always the first thing I say gets duplicated a bunch, and then it gets overwritten eventually? Oh, interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. So what's really happening is that initial mass duplication is getting covered up by my later talking. Now, why would you be doing that? Hold on. No magic numbers. Well, I guess the idea is if if we do match up, it's like, oh yeah, this is just like, there's nothing here. Like it is just the thing. Then let's see. Okay, so like if my last word is your first word, I guess I should say, and I does not equal. Although, no, because if it does match, then I need it to stop. So if they match, and if I is just the first index, um, then be like, yeah, we're good. Because the whole thing is like, that just means it's matched on the most recent thing. So, word. Word. So on the first one, oh, I just broke completely, huh? Oh no, I'm making a mockery of this. This is on my own doing. What's it doing? Let's see. Basically, if it's the first index, then we just bail out of it because it's a match. Word. Index. Lesbian. So single words are fine, but it's still being a little weird on some other stuff, though. So single words are fine. So it seems to be doing a thing where for the first four or five, it's adding up the entirety of the thing in a oh well, it's always doing that, isn't it? It's just always doing a full reset, huh? It's just not noticeable because once the string gets long enough, it's not noticeable. So it is pretty much always just doing not a reset, but a add everything onto the end of text. So even though oh, because I'm being hey, I did something silly. That was an oopsie. Sometimes again, programming's fun because you realize that hold on. I will speak a normal sentence. We've been off by one. Oh, because it's I plus one. Boop. Maybe. Off by ones are pretty common. Oh, hey, RuneScape. I got my fish. Put it in the box. Oh, now it's not quite doing the thing, is it? Hold on, I need it. So, I will speak a normal sentence. That seems to have worked. Awesome. Now the issue is, if I say something quickly and complicated so as to correct itself later on and retroactively, it doesn't seem to actually go back and fix itself. Yeah, that's the issue. So probably what we have to do then, because that's the thing is like it does well after we do the overlap overwrite thing, ideally they should be synced up. So we could just overwrite the last 20 or the last, whatever number entries just to make sure like word updates got put in there properly. But also in that case, we might as well just do that to begin with, and all the overlap overwrite stuff is unnecessary. That's become kind of redundant then, doesn't it? Because then it's just text always has an overwrite of the last like 10 or 15 words. Um, Though specifically, I'm doing this part for a reason. I want to do a formatting thing to differentiate text. Though I just realized I'm not doing HTML, so that's gonna be hell to do in my format because I have to then synchronize that. Shit. Oops. Beans. Sometimes I don't think beans through. That's okay. I mean, it's not so much bad as just it's a reality of me trying to do this is gonna like just require that. So, first things first. This is primarily just to find what text is new so that I can differentiate it and it's easier to see like what I've said most recently. Um, I do need to pop that to 25. Um, let's see. If let's see. The most fun part of this is eventually taking all of this and making it into like 8 different classes because this is massively overriding on one thing. If counter is not -1, I guess however I should just do it as the positive case and say if it is -1, we do all of this. However, so the idea here is overwrite delay. Um, Now I need the cutoff though to happen. Let's see. At this point, so the idea of what I'm going for right now is that when we get to the point where the box is like full and it will start cutting off previous text, um, so I guess I could remove those. Wait, what am I doing? There we go. It'll stay static for a little bit before updating. So actually, right now, just doing this. So I'm speaking and I'm doing my thing, and we're just kind of seeing what happens once it kicks in. And there we go. So we're talking, we're doing a lot, and now we're going to hit the point where we hit our word cap, and it blocks out. Hmm. This is a fun way to phrase this, but I like it. So this is a fun concept. Um, will this work? I hope so. So once it's kicked in, okay, so now I can speak and it's gonna start doing the thing and words are gonna come through and it's broken. 1 second. Prestige should be 0 by default, but I guess I need to make sure of that. But also as we come through here, um, wait, what did I just do? Yeah, we gotta do it for a second. Oh, yeah, no, it's just I times, no, nope, I broke it. I forgot. Display word count. I mean, default primitive type for int is 0, so that should be fine. I don't need to specify that. Try again, and this time we should see it working. Okay, so it's going to go, and once we hit the word cap, it should stop for a little bit of a moment to give it a moment to think, and then it kicks back in for the next one as it kind of goes along, and then it keeps going. Yeah. Oh, does not get the reset quite on time, huh? So on seeing that, oh, because it shows it all in one go still. So no, prestige on, we said that there, I think. Okay. So now what should happen is I'm speaking and the captions are going to fill out the space like so as it kind of starts kicking up. There we go. So it's going to start filling out the space and instead it's going to freeze on 2 words. Why are you doing that? Let's try that again. I'm going to speak and it's going to start doing things. And no, it immediately freezes up again. Text is not getting new stuff. It should not be doing the preset for prestige theme that quickly. Because we wanted to freeze frame on the text before the next thing happens. So if the first term in and we're on reset on next, which, or text size is empty, prestige set to 0, otherwise we do all the other stuff. I don't know why that wouldn't be working then. Word. Lesbian. A sentence. I am going to speak several words now. Yeah, I need to go back and do that overrate thing because it just swapped something in wrong. So, hang on. So if I'm speaking into this, it's currently freezing up pretty quickly because it's immediately not finding a matching word. It's not the best voice to text, but it's something, and it's a nice little thing to have on screen, I feel like. I like just having things there. It would be so funny to look down and realize I never clicked the start streaming button. I mean, productive morning, but also me yelling out for no reason. But yeah, why does moving that there do this? Reset text. I can scooch all these up to the top now. Oops. There we go. Constants at the top, instance variables on the bottom. Volatile because that is... Actually, it's not getting changed here, but it's getting passed to another function, but whatever, volatile is fine. Yeah, it's really mangling what I'm saying, isn't it? So I think it's an issue. But why does the prestige set to 0? Because, so if I do this, and I reset, the world resets. I stop fishing. There we go. What's going to happen now is it's going to work. It is going to do the whole thing. It's going to get to the whole point of what it's trying to do. It's going to reach there. And then when it does, it's going to show all of the text it can at the end because it's no longer filtered. No, it's going to... Well, it's just delayed. Do both need to set to 0? I'm going to try this again. I'm going to speak into the theme. We're going to see what happens. It's a little bit slow, but, you know. No, it's not taking the text anymore, is it? I added a new... Hang on, let me... Sorry, I get so distracted, but let me just see something. I need to revisit how I'm doing my highbot random stuff. Because there's a new message that's supposed to pop up that hasn't. It's just doing like only the same three over and over again. Oops. Gotta work on that too, actually, make that shuffle up when there's too many messages. Doesn't matter. Not what I'm working on right now. Right now, my bag is full. Gotta empty out my fishing pockets. Right now, it all starts with understanding why something is happening. So, if I'm doing this and it's moving along and it's showing my speaking, I'm going to keep talking a lot and a lot and a lot, and just so much speaking, it's going to top for a moment and then move on to the next box of my, dialogue to kind of keep going. It's going to keep doing that kind of freezing on there and then catch up on the next one and reset. So there's a bit of time to actually see like what I have said before moving on. And then when I hit a point of saying nothing, So wait, it goes here, it does the freeze frame, it iterates prestige. Yay! Fuck off. 11 hours ago. If counter is -1, we set to 0, otherwise. And then once counter is over the delay value, we reset it and prestige up. And then the counter value is irrelevant. It draws the next fame. Counter wouldn't get set unless we had said too many words again, and prestige increasing would already tell it to update that. Prestige being 0 means that as soon as we're quiet, but before it's reset, why is it doing this? I'm fishing so fast these days, my goodness. I think I'm still missing one of the bugs I'm supposed to get from this though. Sorry, distracted. Yeah, what is this doing? So this basically tells it, next time you get actual dialogue, reset on the next one and do your thing. So that's when you should prestige, is when it resets, when there's no more text. That should be where the prestige thing goes. Reset text happens here. And I don't think there's a race condition where this is called multiple times, so that it's like competing over instance variables to like change them in the wrong order. I hope not. Well, no, technically it is. This is multi-threaded, isn't it? Is this a race condition? Ah, shit. It might be? I don't want to have to like do a Java side extra thread for a queue to process stuff. Don't I already have a queue going? Isn't that part of a... No, as if there's a thread in the socket, you know? Listener packet, keep alive thread, initiate listening. They changed something. I don't like that it opens up down there now. Listener packet. I mean, it sends them in the order to receive because it's a linear thing here. So unless they're like getting mixed up on the way in, but they still, if it doesn't run fast enough, could be a race condition. I don't think that's happening though. That seems like this isn't complicated enough to have that be a problem yet. I wonder how the audio balances. I should check that stuff when I mess with the audio on other things. Yeah, what's going on here? So let's see. So the way I think it should work is this should do it. I feel like, because like basically this is when the text size gets reset because we're overriding it with like the thing, and it's when we've guaranteed that the other array holds new information only. However, a sentence of multiple words is not really getting shown properly, or it is there. So if I speak carefully and with clarity so that it does not have to update the words I am saying, are we smooth sailing on this at the moment? So that if I say too much and we have to go over to multiple screens of things, it's going to be smooth. Yes. But if I speak quickly, which I'm going to do, and it gets like mixed up in what I'm saying, it seems like there's an issue where something's... Oh no, it's working fine. Did you give me a runaround for no reason? A runaround, not a ride around. It added the first bit of text again, huh? There'll be some oddities in it, and it's because I'm overcomplicating some stuff here. Yeah, I need to add the theme to overwrite recent everything just to make sure it matches up properly. So I guess basically after we've done this, then we can just go back from the front and just make sure they line up where whatever's in other should be what's in there. So we can just probably do a quick, oh no, wait, for, no, 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 don't autofill for me, you bastard. So I think we're doing that same thing of just text.size minus display word count greater than 0. Should work. Or should it be the other array? Because I feel like this could be a weird, like, things get overlapped a little bit. I should make sure it's bound to the array that can, like, out of bounds more easily. Do we not have access to that context? Oh. Oh, I should just do it inside the in here. I can just do that. Yeah. So text dot set at index I, whatever is at other at I. And that should just clean up mismatches. Are you gonna crash for me immediately? Yeah, you are. Immediately. Um, Hang on, who's the one who, I guess if, nope, text.size. If it's a legal index, I guess, we make sure of that. Try it again. No. Array list set range check unknown source doopadoo. I assume if we're in here, it has something in it at this point already. Well, I guess we can just get information real quick. Hey, what's the value of I when this happens? S'il vous plaît. And it crashes instantly. Yeah, value was 0. Um, Now, well, I guess 0 is larger than... Wait. Now that feels really messy, though. And there's a logic here I'm just missing. I need to make sure it's a legal index. So, as long as I am large enough... Well, yeah, actually, as long as I am larger than I. Because if my size was 8, my highest index could only be 7. Should work. I think we're good. Give me some words. Give me some words. Okay, there we go. That's working fine. I don't like how much is in the terminal though, so let's just reset real quick. So now that we're in, I can speak into this, and we should have more consistency where it's like correcting what I'm saying better. Yeah, you kind of see like it just did a shift there. So now we're kind of getting the effect of it actually like for as best as this, text to speech is able to fix itself a little bit, that's now going to apply to the text we see on the screen as well, and it's not going to crash. Now, I still don't enunciate very well, so it's still not going to be the best, and it is very jittery. What I would like is that it like writes out a bit more slowly. I mean, I guess I could just so if I say something, there's usually multiple instances of it coming through. Of it coming through. I think it's the back of the throat gravel. I'm kind of gravelly when if I'm not trying to speak up here properly, where it's like, prim, proper, top of the mouth kind of thing, which is a bit more femme, but I just don't always do that because energy. Um, and I'm sure I'm hearing a distinction here that is not coming through at all on the microphone, just because the whole jawbone vibration thing's funny like that. Um, but I definitely feel like, it doesn't quite get my voice super well. Although it seems like right now doing this, it seems to work a lot better. So I do think maybe that back of the throat growl is not very helpful for this. Well, throat growl. Fruit and throat do sound kind of similar whenever I think about it. Throat. Throat. Singular. Nah, I still think it's fruits. So for some words I can't get too well, and I probably just don't hit my R's very well either. I know that about myself. So, what do we do? Well, first of all, this probably looped like 3 times. So to all those out there watching this live, the very few people who are, I imagine, uh, do you know that guy from House sings the blues? Or if you're me, that guy from the funny show about the British pop? So I think what I want to do is have it skip and only like actually show every couple of them or something. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this so far. Like this is pretty working all right. I mean, obviously I wish the voice to text worked a little bit better, but also I wish I enunciated better. That's on me. And also maybe I didn't drink directly into the microphone. Let's see. I mean, this is definitely already in a state where I could see myself using this. Just because, I mean, I probably just want to make the text a little bit bigger. I want to do some formatting on it. Um, the text, I will only speak of Tesla's, the company, in the most vile of terms. However, the actual guy, Nikola Tesla, well, he's cool. I like him a lot. I wish he'd gotten treated better in his life. He had a hard time of it, honestly. Let's see. So this is doing an overwrite. I should comment this a little bit. Okay. St. James Infirmary. I haven't done this in so long. It's nice. I just like listening to some Hugh Laurie programming. God, this is. I might need to try a different. I mean, the other one will use up so much memory though. If I'm actually like playing an intense game, I'm where my computer can't do it. I mean, the captions are there to be like, you know, kind of helpful, but not like super vital. I also might want to have these read out to a log, so I forget what I talk about so quickly, that in the time it takes for like people in chat to respond to me, for example, I will forget what they're responding to. I need to have this read out to a text log, I think, that just like helps me keep track of what I'm doing, or a terminal maybe. I have to do the whole file validation setup thing here too, but I should make that just part of yeah, I should make the validation thing part of the rest of what I'm doing. Anyways, that's later. That's when I get to exporting this into its own thing. Right now, I'm still getting it working. The last sentence ended, new text has arrived. If we were mid-sentence, I need to slow down the rate it changes though, because it is just too fast. Also, by preference, it really should be like left adjusted. Like it should write out so that it's when something is written down, it stays in place. So I need to probably go into the formatting and make it specifically like left align, top align, and whatnot, and change what's happening in this. Which actually, can I just do that? Or I don't think I have a complicated version. I need to probably give you the complicated. Oh, no, I can do that. I can do the add text with all the arguments on it. Okay, we need to change. Okay, so name, priority, frame. Try to formatting it a little bit differently. Um, X, Y, width, height, phrase. After that, what's the next one? X, Y, width, height, phrase, the font we're using, and then free booleans. So handle panel is a thing I wrote to simplify using a lot of the graphics library for just like how I very commonly use it. But you can still access the actual original one where it doesn't just set default values, but I need to remember how this displays. So if I say false in all three, then it's writing, okay. So it is staying in place now, which is good. What we need is true, true, false. Should do is fine. Nope. There we go. So I think that should stick it all in the corner properly, and it shouldn't change too jarringly. No, it's drawing way out in the middle of nowhere now, and it is still shifting a little bit vertically as time goes on, because, yeah. Is it just backwards? Wait, should it be false, false, true? Oh, true, true, false. Wait, what? Okay, it shouldn't be centered. I think I wrote more options for the text, actually. I need to track those down. These might be too loud. Talking again. So now looking at it, it is false, false, true? What do I have this set to by default when I do a handle? Speaking to make words show up, and I can see how it appears. Because it was doing what I... Okay, there we go. So now it's showing up in the top left. It's filling out the space, and it's going along. Word. Wait. Why is it disappearing? It specifically is not supposed to do that. 1 second. Did I do something different here? Uh, Name, priority, X, Y, width, height, which because I can choose to center the stuff might maybe change. SP to string is the exact same. Am I just like managing to speak exactly over the barrier? I mean, it's clipping off a little bit of the initial speech. Okay, hang on a second, hang on a second. Okay, go back to the version it was before, comment that out so we can just pull it back if we want it. So the way it was working before was like this. The way it was working before was like this. Because it's centered, so it's probably vertically sending it up a little bit? No, now it's just being weird in general. What is this doing? I'm going to speak more and just kind of observe what's happening. Is that right? I think it's trimming in a way it's not supposed to. And it's not quite updating correctly either, despite doing the. The idea here is that the most recent X number of whatever are supposed to be doing the thing. So, I guess maybe, yeah, so if it's upper dot length, so it should be from the size of text minus upper dot length plus I Just so it, because I think it's updating wrong a little bit. Okay, are you now updating? Okay, wait. Okay, so now I can speak. It chopped off the last word. We have an off by one situation. We got a -1. I mean, yeah. Excuse me, I had to sneeze real quick. No, wait a minute. What do you mean? We got a -1. Um, Text was empty. Other length was longer. But how? Because you would have just done all this. I is set to other.length minus display word count as long as it's greater than 0. Otherwise, as long as that value would be greater than 0, it sets it to it. Otherwise, it's just 0. It goes for the length of other.length. I mean, I can see that being going over, but I don't see it going the other way. Well, I could just have it go in reverse order and just have them synchronize on that as long as they both have valid indexes. Sorry, indices. Yeah, we'll just do it like in reverse order. That's probably easier. Oop, -1. Other at other.length minus I. And as long as that's like a legal index to use. Is that a more effective way of doing this? Are we going to work now? No. Illegal index. Oh, it's the same issue of -1 minus I. I'm gonna speak while Hugh Laurie says stuff too. I think it's still chopping off the last word for some reason. Yeah, whenever it goes to the like hold the last thing in place, whatever, it just chops off the last word. Which probably means whatever the overlap overwrite's doing keeps chopping it off, and I'm not realizing why. Is that just doing something silly? No, because this is gonna have extra words now show up that shouldn't be there. So doing that, if I start speaking now, we should get word duplicates. Yeah, that's causing the issue. The I plus one is to avoid that. But I feel like that's making it chop off. So it is present, and then it gets removed. Which would make me think that this is somehow off by 1? Hold on. Try to look at two things at the same time. So as it is doing the voice interpretation, so it's showing the thing on the screen, and it is now completely stopped working. Yeah, whenever it gets to doing the same one like 8 times, it just pops off the last word. Huh. which I have to assume means that, you know, I mean, I guess we can just test that real quick. No, no, no. No, no, no. Give me the X. What is the last word in text at any given time, please? Please don't give me a -1 because it's broken, please. I fucking knew it. If text dot size greater than 1 or greater than 0, should have known. Okay, so now if I start speaking because it's interpreting my voice properly, it's going through and I'm going to stop. I need to look at that. I still show stop being there. Well, I'll try again. I am going to speak some words and then we're going to see what is going to happen. Okay, by all accounts, it is still showing happen to be there at the very end. Like, yeah, until it stops. Well, no, as soon as voice resets, end is gone. Oh my god. There's so many fucking bots on here. The bells came tumbling down. Joshua at the battle of Jericho. 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 Oh, wait a minute. I know what's happening. It's probably a logic point I should be putting this at, but I can clean all this up later. So what was happening was, while it was in the in-between phase between the two, other was set back to an empty array. It only had a string in it, so the last one was being set to an empty string. I'm going to try a sentence again and see that it works. You bastard. I'm going to speak some more and it's not going to break. Thank you. Okay, we get so many redundancies on that. I'm just going to put something in so that it ignores half of them because it's too much information coming in. I don't think constants can be volatile. Wait. Yeah, because it's all caps for constants, you have to do underscores, but it's camel case otherwise. Oh, it's final as well, isn't it? Static final for your constants. Was it skip counter? Already forgot what it was. Input skip. Nope, there we go. Okay, does that make that just smoother? Because it's kind of jittery right now. So now I'm going to speak while it's going, and it should be a bit smoother. Yeah? No, it's a bit more sudden and shocking, actually, I feel like. And maybe it should only be a 2 skip, maybe, instead of a 3 skip. That is more than should be there. Oh, I didn't remember that. Let's try two skip instead. So the goal is just that the words will come out smoothly and it'll look okay. It doesn't need to be perfect. The idea is not that it's like something that people look at super, closely, just that it's there if they need it and it's not going to be like distracting. I should also try to speak a little bit more proper in a way they expect me to sound so that it's able to interpret my words better. I mean, I think that's working pretty well, honestly. Um, I would like it to be like left aligned so that it's not changing the width constantly. Oop. Hmm. I mean, I think that's a setting I have in here somewhere, but I don't know if I have access to it without adding a bunch of stuff. Hold on. I might have to tell a dog to be quiet too in a moment. 1 second. Should be fine now. Oh, that's funny. It actually, oh, right, because muting myself there doesn't change the captions. I gotta remember that. Oh, you okay, Linus? Guys, it's okay. Probably. I mean, I actually stretched my legs. It's been 2 hours. I might get up and play with the dogs for a minute, just stretch before I come back to this. I thought I did a bunch of stuff in here, though. Well, the thing is, drawn text entry should have a lot of the logic I need. Because this is something where you wouldn't have it moving on you constantly. I sometimes be like, am I really good at programming? And then I'm like, wait, no, I look back at this and it's like, I did some complicated stuff here that I'm very proud of. Um, yeah, but I didn't really piggyback on stuff, did it? Yeah, these dogs need some looking after. I'm gonna leave you some dulcet tones, and I'm gonna be back in a little bit, uh, after letting these dogs get some of their energy out. You all be groovy. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. And Spotify's still going. Yep. No. There we go. Well, hello again. Should be good. Ah. Nice time playing with the dogs. Watered some stuff in the garden too. Good times. Let's see. Yeah, something's wrong with the bot. I don't know why it keeps doing the same one over and over again. Should have randomized that. That's like three in a row though, the exact same message. And again, there's a new one, the thing that just hasn't shown up either. What was up with that? Oh well. Let me just do some small stuff in the old RuneScape for a second. Get back to programming. I might also just pivot over to just doing RuneScape for a little bit too. I've been doing this for a while now. We shall see how the vibes are in a little bit. I gotta get more guys for my ships. For the port stuff in this game. Oh, I need to minimize that so I can put my thing back in. One moment. Luckily, I can force prompt the pin number thing from anywhere. Thanks to the power of microtransactions. Anyways, I let that go in the whole time. I wonder. Yeah, performance is like really low on that. I think it's 700 megabytes memory. I am curious if it resets properly, like if it just builds up memory usage over time. Oh, is it? Wait, no, it's using 1,000 megabytes. Okay, so that's Eclipse, I think. I don't know. Where were we? Red hot. Let's see. Right, I was thinking about formatting because I want the captions. I'm kind of worried. I'm not sure actually about the slower is better. I think it's a bit more like stilted in a way. I think for what I want the captions to do, I fundamentally need to rewrite some stuff because it needs to like left align, draw it. Did I not? I could just add some more arguments to this, but might make it messier. I thought for sure I had like a left align thing in here though. Because the way like drawn text entry works is that like the text isn't moving constantly because you're actively writing into a text box. You know, I could actually I wouldn't capture so there's no point in writing that. Hmm. I wrote this a long time ago. Hmm. Center X, center Y gets centered. I should have commented this too. I'm bad about that from my older stuff for sure. I was I meant to at one point, I just never did. I mean, this one's a pretty big project. Do I have the image of it in here anywhere? Maybe I can show off how big this thing is. Yeah. Diagram, images. I think that's my most recent one of this. Which I guess destroyed, eaten up, whatnot, but you know. This is kind of messy, I admit. I need to clean this up a little bit for dependencies. That's just a bit more tangled than I'd like it to be. It could be a lot cleaner. And the idea of it was that the actual panel stuff only has to look at the factory for all of these. I think technically a factory is not how I use them as a design pattern, but it's convenient the way I do it for myself, so I just keep doing it. Some design pattern stuff I need to learn more about. Input management. But actually, I think this one's bigger now, comparatively. Oh yeah, well, actually, it's not too big still. It's pretty clean actually. I like the art program. I've been pretty stalwart about making sure it's a clean design. I just have the issue always just when you have code value inputs for visual stuff in the view, get just having a centralized point of reference so that you can respond to them properly. I hate all of these dependencies. But besides doing a trickle down style, I'm not super sure. And even they would all depend on an object that holds the information or something, so I'm not sure about that. That's something I still gotta work out how to do better. But anyways, we're not doing architecture right now. I thought I had more stuff in here for how text gets displayed though. Because basically this is all just setting up each of the lines individually. Actually, wait, shouldn't it just be centered X that makes it left aligned? Oh, am I still not even using the oops. Okay, now that we're using the actual one I meant to be using. So now that we're using the actual display thing I meant to be using. So now that it's struggling to hear me, okay, there, I think it's loading finally. So yeah, that is doing left align top left. I think that writes out a bit more smooth. You get the changes in the text a little bit. If anything, I think it just needs to be wider, so it has more space to work with. I think the height's fine. It never really reaches it though, so maybe like a 150. Very wide captions on that. Yeah, let's try that. Put it in the middle a bit more. So now we can speak and it's, showing up there. Um, Unfortunately, I think the formatting for the RuneScape chat or the RuneScape dialog boxes is more of that centered whatever. Also, it's duplicating the first term again, and it's also not displaying properly either. For some reason, I feel like when I switch over to this other way of showing text, a lot of our logic breaks, when normally it doesn't. I don't know if the captions are going to make me... It's like one part, oh, this library is kind of okay, but it's not super effective, and then one part, I do not enunciate at all. Maybe I drink more water. Right into the mic. My apologies. Let's see. I think also for readability, make that bigger. It's like a nice 32. And actually, let me pop open a window real quick to see. So that is larger. Actually, I think that's too large now. Middle grounds. What are they? 26? That would be smaller than it was before. No, wait, it was 24. Yeah, 28. Let's see about that. Now that it's up and I'm speaking, how do we look? How do we look? So if I'm talking for a while on some subject, I'm explaining like it's like in programming, we have all these like primitive data types and these objects, and remember to speak up and tap my mouth a little bit more as well. Then we'll see that the chat box kind of keeps going pretty fast. It's moving along. It kind of stops for a little bit and moves forward. It all just reset for some reason back in a way I don't really like, and now it's not showing any dialogue at all. So I think something weird happened there. I think it might be a race condition happening. Which I can fix that. It's just gonna be annoying to have to set up a volatile queue system that then like every quarter second like starts processing inputs or something. Ugh. I mean the thing is, a lot of the time I can just ignore. Actually, maybe that would help. Maybe if we just, you know, like if we just get a bunch of duplicate text, does this help smooth things out a little bit? Just because we like see a lot of duplication. That wasn't any dialogue that was shown. Wait, did it ever say? Okay, yeah, the first bit did, and that just didn't update properly. It's finicky. It sometimes doesn't process properly. Does not process properly. Hmm. Well, this will make me think of my elocution and how I'm speaking much more often. Fucker. I just thought it'd be funny to do that in that voice. Let's see. So if I wanted to do a font thing, okay, but I prefer just to download a font file. You can create a font from a file. Okay, yeah. So should be the real download thing for that. Pop that in the assets folder. Let's see, where did I put the assets folder? I have to like remember how to load a file from local context. I really just gotta make that a thing I can import. It's so annoying to do. I do it in here, don't I? The trick is you class get resources stream. Oh, that shouldn't be that anymore. And I gotta update something. Where'd it go? Gave it the new package or a new jar file. Stuff's gonna break. I gotta rename it to the correct name, which is Java Python Socket. But also this should just be an arbitrary class because you just need that to access a context. It should be anyways. Doesn't exist. Cool. Java Python Socket. Not the best at naming stuff, I gotta admit, but I try. Well, it should exist. Yeah, it's right there. Are you sure about that? Java Python Socket.java is right there. I don't think I misspelled it. Did I just refresh it so you know what you got? Might be difficult. There we go. I just did. Sometimes it's just difficult. For a reason I should understand but don't. Because it did that for a reason, but also the reason could be a lot of little things that are annoying. Didn't even need the import. Anyways, yeah, if you want to pull a file, we can do it. You try doing resource as a stream for one reference point, and then read it with scanner. Otherwise, you catch the. Because the thing is, if you're trying to access a file while you're in the designer environment like this, the pathing is different than if it's in a package jar that is doing an internal reference. It's annoying. Um, so let me just. I mean, this should be in a different class, but again, I'll break this stuff up later. Um, I should have that be custom so we can do multiple fonts if I want to. So using a reference thing, thank you, Stack Overflow question 8364787. How do you import a font? Reference to file name. Font has a static creation function, and then you register in the graphics environment. So file F equals new file off of in. Or rather, oh yeah, no, then we would do that here, so actually, so. Input stream is null. We don't really need the scanner, do we? We just need the file. And if what I'm trying to do. Oh, I logged out. Oops. I got distracted. Doing programming stuff. Ain't that always the way? Okay. Actually, is input stream the thing to do here? Can you extract a file from an input stream? Oh, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Ah. Okay. Doop-doo. We'll just use the same file we're currently in. Get the class context, get resource as a stream, off of in, whatever that stream is going to be based on context. Though, strictly speaking, we would have multiple situations we want to use for that. So, is there a pattern or a rule we can use here? Let's see. So in one version, we'll be accessing the file via current situation up one level. Because what? Return listener validation. Pop up to I need to make sure that still works actually, because that pathing might be different now. But we would go up and then back down to assets. Otherwise, we're doing it from main. Is there a good way to do that? Because the paths would actually be separate, huh? So local path. I'll just give myself 2 options for it. Try one. Hope I can do that. Yeah, import file. You can just do that. That is not a valid beans. Can I just do get file? Do I have to do resources stream? Get field, get generic interface, get resource. No. Actually, would that work? I guess it depends what stuff this API will take as arguments. So hang on, what's the font that create font? What's this function actually do? I love APIs. They tell me how things work. Oh, you can just do straight from an import stream. Awesome. I don't need you. Stop it. Keep missing the correct key. Try it one way if it doesn't work because the context is different, which I learned in university when a project would not compile properly or run at 2 in the morning when I was trying to submit it for a feign. That was a long night. My goodness. Yeah, we have a default font. We'll have a private font, used font. By default, we'll assign it in here to always just be the default. Change the reference down here to be used instead of default. I shouldn't need you anymore for now. Give me you. Change in both places. Used font equals. Create font, font format, input stream. True type? I don't know what that means, but okay. And then we'll use the input stream we just loaded there. Is that supposed to be a try catch? Yeah, I can have an error. Yeah, I can have an error. Can I just, it doesn't really matter. Happens either way. This should be a try, really. There's not really anything to do if that fails. We just set it back to default. Graphics environment GE. Should just be, wait. Why is this person doing it this way? They forgot to reference where a variable came from. I don't think that should matter for me. Should be fine. So what we just need to do is graphics environment dot get local graphics environment dot register font. Right? Yeah. You're allowed to import that. So potentially, and I've not really been paying attention to how well this stuff's been working the last little bit. I mean, there's finagling I gotta do on the captions already. That's just how it's gonna be. But it's working well enough. It just tripled the first input for some, quadrupled the first input for some reason. Don't know why I did that. Why would it do that? Doesn't matter. One thing at a time. So now we want to load font, which will be from my current context up into assets into. Oh, I feed my cat in a minute. Oh, he's confused about how. Okay, there it goes. Do you want to just work out of the box or are you gonna crash on me? Are we gonna work out of the box? Please? No. Not really. Yeah, it's not the font it's supposed to be. Which means something broke, so I should actually have put a, tell me the error report. Problem reading font data. That's not very helpful. Hey, can we all agree we need better error reports? That's really just not clear what happened. Let's try to figure it out though. I mean, it could be... Is this just null? Yeah, the file didn't get pulled right. Those aren't the right pathways. Hey, I know I said go away, but can I see you again for a second, please? Thank you. Am I doing something wrong here? My current class, get resources stream. Did I just... No, it's UF, not UT. It loads it? Are we good? Hello, hello, hello? I'm speaking, but nothing is appearing. That's because I guess didn't do... Huh. I've not messed with custom fonts in Java before. I've known they existed, but I haven't really done too much with them. So this is a learning experience for how this actually works while I deposit my fish. They added a thing where you can have infinite bait passively, and that has made this much easier for me. So I made the font, it exists in the thing, it's registered. I guess I should know what is it registered as in its like name? Nope, I don't need that actually. So based on this, if it works, used font should equal new font with the right name. I'll go bold, make it big. Size, say 26. So if it's registered properly, I think this should work now. I'm glad that just opened up. I had a feeling it just opens that, huh? So I'm speaking and oh! Oh, it is, wow. Oh my goodness, it's so chunky. You know, let's get up to like 36 size instead. Oh hey, and the orb in the corner just cycled around too. What a wonderful moment. So I can speak, sorry, the orb in the corner, the orb in the corner, the orb in the corner. Something is extremely broken that should not be broken. Oh my god. Is this fucking with performance? Not really. Memory's kind of high, but it's not capped out. Am I still skipping every ever? Yeah, I shouldn't be doing that. I think it's just have it like flow naturally. I think something weird's happening because I'm doing that. Okay, let's try this again. Once it's up. And we're in. So now we have the thing going. We're speaking, we see it. I need to really speak in a more enunciating way with the mic close to my mouth and a slightly more clear pitch and tone so it can hear me better. I am very happy that I got the RuneScape font in there because that's just funny to me. Oh, that's fun. We can do so much with this. I mean, the thing is, it auto smooths it out a little bit, so it's kind of chunky in a way that's not super accurate. But maybe it looks better. I kind of have like a squished version in the preview. Actually, let me just switch this so I can see how big it actually is. So in the actual size it's supposed to be, that looks pretty good. You get kind of like a white border around black text. Sorry, I had to cough for a moment. Sorry, I had to cough for a moment. Yeah, I feel like it's having performance issues now. I don't know why. Um, it shouldn't. The new font shouldn't be doing that. Actually, I can just do this in one line. I don't need to. There we go. Yeah, just changing the font like that shouldn't be like fucking up performance super bad. Hmm. Hmm. And why is the bot not saying the new command? It didn't save. What? Oh, sorry, his dog's going. One second, I gotta close the door real quick. Wait, did it not save? Linus, shut it. Settle down, buddy. There we go. I think someone's just gotten home and he's yelling because that's what he does. Did I seriously not save? Wait, no, it was in did I never hit Control S? No, it's like right there. Well, just in case. Wait, how is this saying there's a change here but not? Oh, because I move these around. Right. The version that gets used is here. The version that gets uploaded is... I had forgotten. Oh my god, those dogs. Wait, why does... Oh, it's Control D, not Control, whatever. Um... Yeah, that shouldn't even be there. It doesn't matter right now. There might be some background noise, the dog's being fussy. My apologies if that comes through. Anyways, let's see. The issue is still that you can't really do a good inline text like change in font thing. I'd have to change my graphics library to have a way where you can submit different sections of text with individual formatting in between, which that might be possible. I just have to like would mess with my library a bunch to get that going. Because what we'd have to basically, it would be complicated, but I need to add more to this anyways, so because basically what we have to make is a drawn text thing where the message and the fonts are both arrays, where you kind of specify how those are assembled together. So a font would have to then have an object you kind of construct and pass along, where instead of just basically there'd be a new argument or a new function for adding a drawn text that is actually two arrays of strings and fonts, and then internally, like mid sentence, I'd have to like switch the fonts over, keep writing at the exact same spot, and get that figured out. Which, we're gonna do drawstring here. Wouldn't be impossible. I would have to do some more of the font metric stuff to get the exact width on that. So part of what I want to do, not currently possible. Well, I mean, not today, but it is, eventually possible. Um, I'll probably do it because I do. My idea basically is the most recent added chunk of text is just gonna be like colored differently, so you can tell what's been most recently said since the last instance, um, or like the last 3 or 4 instances. Also to help like differentiate the like text regions. I always gotta figure out like why it's cutting off some words every once in a while. But like more or less, that's captions. I got a fun font on that too. Happy with that. We commented a lot of this too. It's a little bit glitchy, but I can fix that eventually. I need to make an exported version of this eventually too. I'm gonna make a version that also writes the voice to text feed locally so I can run it properly. Instructions stuff about how you have to import Vosk via pip. Yeah, not too much complex stuff there, I don't think. And we have the thing right now where if the same text is sent twice in a row, we just skip out of it. Just over 3 hours now. So probably a good spot to just cut it off. That's about how long I like to do these anyways. Did a stream, talk to the void, talk to the silent masses, as I do. Oops. Look, if you minimize it, it disappears. Got some good work done on a thing I've been meaning to do for a long time. There's definitely, like, readability things I want to do. Albeit a lot of the readability is coming down to just me speaking more clearly, which I definitely have a problem doing, so maybe this will be a good experience and a good visual reminder of, like, how to speak a little bit better. Because the main, like, discomfort in trying to speak like this is mostly just coming from, like, a lack of familiarity. But, let's see. I mean, everything is, it does feel like an affectation a little bit to speak in a way that's not natural. But also, you can kind of arbitrarily change what's natural over time by just changing how you do things a little bit. So, it's a whole, it's a whole thing, really. But anyways, here, before we close up, let me clean up this file a little bit so it's easier to work with later. Constant values. I should make something that automatically does this for me at some point. I already have a whole thing that parses Java files for making UMLs out of. So honestly, I might as well just do that for here too. I might do some questing in RuneScape later. I haven't done it in a while. I spent a long time getting some skills up to 80 so I could unlock Invention. Invention is an interesting skill. I don't know if it's such a big deal though that it needed to be like this whole complicated thing to get though. I'm gonna listen back to this and realize that I'm not like audible all over the music, am I? Maybe it should be more backgroundy music too. It's kind of foreground music. Let's see. Well, let's just do a support function at the bottom, I guess. Now, I don't think a support method's always a private method. That's not synonymous to me. But I think right now, well, these definitely are. Basically, if I pulled a bunch of stuff out of another function to simplify it, that's a support method. So like, even though it's private, this is like a main logic function, so it goes in the main one. Yeah, that's cleaned up. Let's see. Lingual text? Sure. Um, Oh, one moment. What's that? I don't know how much of my voice came through on the captions there or whatnot, but no worries. Uh, Anyways, let's finish getting some comments on this thing, pop it up onto the GitHub, and then we'll close up. Just making it very clear, this class needs to be broken apart into multiple components. Thanks, Captions. I think it's that the prestige thing breaks. I think it doesn't reset prestige properly. Is it possible it could like run through here and not? I mean, I guess if we hold on. If it's an issue that is cleaned up by having the redundant messages interpreted, maybe I just leave that for now and we'll mess with it later. So is it working more smoothly now that we have the redundancy? Kind of. Eh. 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 Meh? Oh. I need to add some stuff to that, I suppose, if I can. At the very least, that should, like, doing this way should stop it from sometimes just bailing on text, but I don't know if that's actually going to affect how Prestige works, but we can't set it there because while that is set to nothing, we still need that to, like, maintain what the last one is supposed to be. I do not know. It is a complicated thing. I got a clue scroll. Nice. Anyways. Main notes to myself. Make a little to-do list. Um, Need to overhaul software visual interface. Drawn text to allow for a series of strings and fonts to be provided such that we can have alternate visual mid-string. So the most recent addition to the caption can be colored differently. Um, Various bugs and issues where words duplicated or cut off. Slightly jittery. Come on. And appearance as well. Anything else? I mean, I would like a native means of transparent background, so we don't have to rely on chroma key. Does a panel automatically have a background to it? Actually, hang on a minute. Because the skull I'm using in the top of the talk sprite is also on the SVI, and I was messing around of doing that as a circle border frame, and that was working, except the whatever was behind it was like showing up in the image as well, which doesn't happen to the orb in the bottom right, but was also happening when I was trying to do that just now with this. I need to look more into how some of this stuff works, I suppose. Though we only get the transparency because it's not drawing the window frame there, and we're not going to be able to shape the window frame around the letters specifically. So I feel like chroma key is going to have to be the way we go about this, no matter what. Which, okay. It's pretty readable. I mean, like, I should be using like the dyslexic friendly fonts. That's the best way to do about this, you know. But for stylization, you know, not necessarily needed, but something to look into. Anything else? Oh, but yeah, that's a clean little thing to put together that I can use in the future. And also just like the kind of idea behind this primarily is just like, you know, like the old school RuneScape chat theme where you kind of have the talking head next to the chat that comes out of it. I just think that's kind of fun and cute. And this is, you know, the chat, you know, chat box kind of thing. Although again, dialogue box is the better term for it. I keep closing the wrong thing. There we go. But yeah, with all that, I'll get this popped up on the GitHub in a minute. Again, if folks are curious about anything I got going on there, you can find it there. I had a good time doing this. That was a good 3.5 hours of doing this programming work. Uh, Works pretty well. It pretty much does what I wanted to do. But I'm wondering, let's see, a little less word count, and then a little shorter. So captions now would basically just be like 2 lines. Because like I don't want it to be taking up a lot of space and like attention. I guess it should be a little taller than that though, because that third line, like what it needs is like a lot of dynamic stuff to kind of like just adjust verticality, placement, and stuff like that. Just to kind of make sure it's as well as it should be. Yeah, it just broke. Yeah, to college. So what's happening is it's not finding the correct thing to like connect up with it, but then it is like adding stuff to text, so it just gets really confused. There's probably a simpler way to do what I'm trying to do that I should look into. Like maybe just like always like the last 4 or 5 words are highlighted or something. I mean, you can always fake something so that it looks more complicated than it actually is. Um, I mean, that's the trick for efficiency is put enough logic into it that it seems like it's doing way more than it actually is. That's, you know, the ancient trick of a lot of things just doing that. But yeah, honestly, I'm very happy with that. That's gonna be fun to have on future streams, except when it does that. Basically, if it if it does not understand what I'm saying in one of the first couple of words, the whole thing kind of falls apart. It happens later on, it's able to kind of go back far enough to catch up, but early on it wait, so all I need to do then is hold on. Um if it never finds it, just reset? Hold on, is it just this maybe? Like just there was some fundamental break that just like you just have to like restart basically. Because it almost always happens when the first couple of words, and that's like when it always like kind of breaks. So, I mean, I just need to talk a little bit and just, I mean, that's the thing about like this kind of program is so much of it's behavioral. You just have to talk until the thing breaks and it happens, really. Because basically, if the overlap overwrite thing didn't work properly, we just have to reset the entire thing because it wasn't able to, it wasn't synchronized, basically. For this height, it needs to be a smaller word count. Like say like 17. Let's go. 16? 18? 16? There's a goal with this. It should still be useful. It should still like have enough of the text on the screen so that it's, you know, it tells you what I'm saying. It helps, you know, if you didn't quite catch what I said. So ideally, it's not going to break like, yeah, so just now it did it like overwrite rewrite thing and it was able to reset and recover. So I think actually we're good then. Um, like when I get to the point where I want to have like the broken off bit of text that's like separate from it, I think we'll be good. But for where we are right now, I think like the main issue I was having just got fixed because I realized like, oh, it's a desync issue, just like force a resync if that happens. So that's cool, in my opinion. It is resetting now. It shouldn't reach that point, should it? I mean, well, I guess basically, or we can just do a, because just don't do anything basically, in this case. So that should help us avoid a text reset that shouldn't happen. So now the text stays on screen when it should. Except I'm really not enunciating, and I really got to work on that because the last couple things it translated from me were not correct at all. I really hope they remove the slurs from this model as well so that it doesn't accidentally do that, because that would be really bad. It also still duplicates the first strain sometimes, and I don't want it to be doing that. Why would it be doing that? Reset would do full reset, so it's not there, so it's an overlap overwrite issue. Um, I don't think it should be this part either. So I think it should be happening in the overlap overwrite. So hang on. On the match, we go to the next one and we keep adding that. I mean, I don't know how much I really am worried about. I mean, at the very least, we can identify the only issue right now. Okay. Uh, only obvious bug right now is the first strain gets duplicated. Sometimes. Probably overwrite, overlap function issue. I would assume. But I keep prolonging this, and there's a dessert treat for me downstairs. I'm going to eat that. I know, on consideration. Hang on. Chroma. There's lots of little functionality things I want to make sure of at the beginning. So by default, like a fan in general, you don't really want to use those directly as default values because you want to usually have a way of overriding those if the user wants to do something else, for example. So like, let's say someone has a thing where it's like, well, specifically, I want the text to be green, so I can't chroma key out the green. There should be an option, perhaps an alternate constructor that does that. Which also means we can oh, that needs to be typed. Oops. Pop almost everything in there. Secondary constructor. In this constructor, we instead set chroma to that. It's the only thing we have to do differently. Or actually, what we could do. And then in here, we set it to that. So now we can just initiate on width, height, and alternate chroma color. And up here, we can initiate on default chroma. And also the other variables that I forgot to include. There we go. So ideally there should be at some point if you click on this, an options menu pops up and you can change some things about it to customize it for your needs and purposes. I mean, part of it could be, I mean, I could make it so you could just switch which model you're using in the backend to on Bosk, because that could just be an argument. And I set up a thing in the Java Python socket so that you are able to customize. I really wish that would pop up at the top. Arguments you want to pass to your Python thing. Because by default, so for using Java Python socket, there are assumptions I make. The assumption is that the first argument in the command line after the Python is going to be the port number. So when you write a Python program to be called in this way, it has to have the first argument be the port number, and then after that can be anything you want in the inargs, just so people are aware of that. I also need to add a guide to this that just describes like the minimum formatting basically you should do on this, because basically you have the import socket, you have the import system, I think. Um, you gotta get this, yeah, systems needed so you can get the arguments. You have to get the port number, you have to make a sender object, which is gonna be the socket thing. You know, you gotta connect up somehow, AFI netsock stream, connect to the local port, put the number in there, and then anything you send should be encoded. Um, And then ideally, you should make sure you close your socket and all whatever. So I should put together like a little default thingy there just so people know the format and they can adjust from there. Yeah. Again, thank you to Vosk and the people who made that. I don't know who you are, but like, I was very glad to find a pretty straightforward option after realizing that I did not want to use fucking OpenAI stuff because I don't like that company. They're bad. They exploit a lot of people's work in ways that should not be permitted, but unfortunately are. And it sucks. Also, it's just boring. Not making stuff yourself is this entire stream. This stuff already exists. I just want my own version of it because that's fun. Botanical gardens already exist, but you still go and into your garden, you plant stuff. Massive farms exist that you get plants from, but you still like will plant some potatoes or some, bell peppers in your garden or something. It's important to me that, the whole making your own stuff thing is part of what I do. That needs to be fewer words. I'm worried though about a certain point it's just gonna be way too few. I also need to set up the whole thing for making this actually usable as an exportable. And what would that be? That would be basically everything I do in this, which, I mean, could I just, you know, maybe I should embed this into the everything too. Um, yeah, let me just add a quick, add a class. Okay, so just because this will automate a thing for me that I need to do in a second, let's just nab all of you, figure out what we need to customize. Yeah, I know. Just talk to yourself. Um, I'm just gonna make a note here. When you want to access a file that is nearby or but will be packaged into a jar as a library or exe, um, you need to have two file path styles as the references are different. Do. As the function tries both, which is arbitrary, but one should be. But if a file were located at project name slash source slash main slash asset slash mypython.py, you need one path that is assets mypython.py and one path that is main assets mypython.py. There we go. So that's the thing. Just for every reason, if you do it in a jar and a local access, you just need to have those two separate file paths. And the reason for it is because if a jar is a packaged thing, it doesn't really have a file system inside of itself. It's complicated, whatever. It works. That's what's important. So we can genericize this doing this, which means we can do file validation and file writing to local environment that way. So string local path and string jar path. Okay. Um, sure, local file storage. What's what I'm looking for? Not launch environment. Build environment? Deployment? Sure. calling upon. Yeah. So that should be local file storage plus that. I think you can have redundancies on that, so it shouldn't be an issue. Make the file. If it doesn't exist, so it's the first time you're writing it, or if it's not validated properly, we get the template contents of it, delete the file out there if it exists or not, make a new file, write all the stuff to it, close, and we're good to go. So we can export this into a new library. Oop. Yep. Nab that, replace it, because that lets me just get rid of that file. Replace it here as well. Problems encountered while deleting resources. What do you? Oh, because it's currently active. It's being used right now. Yeah, Mr. Man. Oh, I should feed him. I'll need 2 seconds. 1 moment. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. I want to have this in a version that has a runnable exe that I can just pop out and use anywhere. So also other people can just use this easily and not have to use it from a design environment. Did I put in here that you need to... Yeah, buddy? Okay, he wants out. There you go. Uh... Well, actually, not really. This is just the... It's a runner class, really. There's basically... I mean, this doesn't really exist as a developer library, so there's not really a reason to have to say anything here, I don't think. There's something I was thinking about, but I've forgotten it, and I hope it wasn't important. I'm gonna chill out a lot after I finish this up. It's a lot of work to do in one day. Um, oh wait, no, because you need to be able to have this point at the file you want to actually use. Oh, right. Wait, no. Except the whole point is that it's automatically doing this. Yes. Hold on. So the whole thing I'm doing right now is a file validation. Okay, yes. So what I need to do is just call on the thing I just did. I remember what I'm doing. Python file validation dot. You may please import that now, if you would be so kind. Nope, just refresh. I just updated that. There we go. Okay, local file. We'll just do, let's say, current location slash um, captions, like so. File name, voice to text.py. Internal reference, I just wrote this out fully. One of them needs to be directly into it as asset slash voice to text.py. The other one needs to be main assets voice to text. There we go. At which point, I think we guarantee we can just reference this as slash caption slash voice to text. I forgot about this bit, so I'm glad I caught that. So that should make sure that's running. Oh no, that should make sure that the file is written out and exists as it's supposed to. Actually, I can actually run this and then see if it does that in the design environment. No. Python validation 53. 53? Couldn't find the file. Could you tell me what the file was? Error messages are useless, I gotta say. They do not give you any information. Can't find the path. Well, make the path then. Hold on. I think I just need to do well, no, I can just do that in here because why not? G dot make this exist, please. Okay, refresh. So this should make the thing exist now. Yep, we're good there. And it gave the reference point correctly, so that seems to be working. It's doing the thing, it has made the captions. It's referencing that for the Python file as well. So, if this has worked, as I hope it has, I will need to cough for a moment. Excuse me. If it has worked, then I can just launch configuration, caption stylized captions, export destination, just here. And we're going to call it, stylized captions. Because I'm not great at thinking of good names for things for branding. So if I nabbed that and I popped it over into my stream and stuff, and I just ran it over here, it just works. Does it just work? Wait a minute. Do you just work? Hello? The file is empty. It's not writing the file properly. Which means it's not actually accessing it correctly when it's supposed to for the export version. So, let me check my notes on that. What was it? Wasn't it? Because I had just done this. You need two reference points. You need one that is dot dot slash assets my Python slash main asset slash. So locally, it was able to access the thing no problem. And then the other one didn't. I don't think it's a misspelling there. Hey, you work over here. Up here. Yeah, how do you do it? Let me double check my work. Yeah, no, it's the two formats should be dot dot slash asset slash file name. And internally, yeah, it's a Python file, that's fine, it references it correctly. Otherwise, it's main slash asset slash the thing. It did it correctly right here because I see it copied over, so that's working there. So the second circumstance is not moving it when it's part of the jar because it's not in main assets. One second, I didn't realize I had not put that in the right spot. It just I'm concerned about deleting this because it might, like, yeah, no, the files are in there. I'm going to leave a redundancy for now and then fix that later once I'm sure it's not going to, like, destroy everything. So make sure local version still works. We Gucci? Hello, we Gucci? You loaded in? You loading in? Yeah, we Gucci, we Gucci, we Gucci, we Gucci. We good? Hey, hey, we Gucci? We Gucci? You know Yamaguchi, but you don't know Gucci. There we go. It was Gucci. Okay. I had the wrong file path. That does happen sometimes. Try this again. Streaming stuff. Pop it in there. Replace the file. Give it a second to load in. And now, ideally, it should have found the file and written it over. Yeah, there we go. So that is now running from my streaming stuff folder and not from my design environment. So we have a version that works properly. It does the thing. Hell yeah. Oh, right. That's what I was going to say. You'll need to install the Vosk Python package for this to work. Please run pip3 install Vosk in your terminal. You may need to install pip as well. The Python subprogram that does the voice to text relies on Vosk. Just so the context is there, you know. I should also put that in a README file for the whole project, but it works. We did it. What was that, 4 hours or so? If I was being paid money for this, that'd be like 20 bucks an hour for how much I'm charging on my Fiverr. It's not too bad. And it's still some fiddling to do. It's still a little bit funky in some spots, but it's the small stuff now, so I'm happy with that. I'll get that popped up on the GitHub and we'll close up shop. Keep saying that, but I should actually do it. I forget how you do. I think you do add local repository, stylized captions. There's a way to format this so it doesn't break horribly. Is it add local? No, it's create new repository, add a place that already exists. No, no, it is add existing, and then it's like, but it doesn't exist. Go do something. Stylized. Yes, there we go. And then autofill some stuff. Program that uses the Vosk speech to text. I guess that's a model, or I don't know, software. To read your audio. Well, okay, it's a program that provides captioning. Currently in the OSO. Oh wait, the font didn't carry over. One second. Hey, file, you didn't copy over. Oh, because I did the exact same thing. I think. Wait, why didn't it do it actually? I referenced you as local path and jar path. Assets. Read audio, RuneScape, UF, TTF. Oh, it's just a forward slash I'm missing. Because it's in. Actually, I forgot to check. Hey, do you have a license on that I'm supposed to respect? I mean, it's a copy of an existing font. Is that a problem to do? I actually don't know. I'll credit it. I'm not trying to like exploit the guy's work. Font style in this version is the OSRS RuneScape font as found here. There we go. Always credit where you got your stuff from, people. It's important to do. Anyways, I gotta figure out why this isn't working though. Yeah, I want a nice baseline of everything. Potentially, I'm missing a single forward slash, so let's just do a re-export and see if that's the problem. Okay, do it. Grab it. Nope. Stop it. Copy it. Streaming stuff. Overwrite. Oh wait, do I need to? No, if I can get the resources to stream, I don't think I need to write it out locally, do I? Are you just gonna work or are you gonna be difficult? Oh, do I actually have to write this out? Because wait, hang on. Right here, to get access to the assets folder Python file that's right there, it's double dot slash assets, and then the name of the file, RuneScape UFTTF. The other way is main assets voice to text, main assets RuneScape UFTTF. In both cases, it's ultimately getting a resource stream that it then does stuff with. Can I not get a resource stream for the font in that way? Huh. Unless I'm forgetting like a step I did in here. I mean, it took that and it made a scanner to read it. I mean, I guess I could write it out to a file, but do I need to do that though? Because it should just be plugged directly in. I can just put a resource stream into there. Maybe I can't register the font for some reason. That's interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. Because I want that to work. Hmm. Hmm. What to do? Huh. Unless I've done something just very silly. Except it works locally, which means it is a correct pathway for at least one of these. Dot dot assets RuneScape UFTDF. Yeah. Hmm. That's a mystery for another time. I want that fixed for myself, but we have a baseline working thing otherwise, and I think most people probably don't want it to be, stylized as RuneScape anyways. Maybe they would. I don't know. It's charming to me. Um, but that doesn't matter. Also, all the stuff here is also lowercase, so that's. Oop, I keep doing that. Anyways, oh my goodness, where's my buttons? I've been doing this for too long. There we go. Vosk for the speech text logic. Currently displays as bright green background with black text for ease of chroma keying. Yeah, should be good on that. Default files are all there. I always forget to cut out the bin. Oh, and you have to like delete stuff from it too to like manually do that. Nah, it can be public. I'm happy to do that. Dude, where's my GitHub? There we go. So I think with all that done, let me also update all the stuff I changed, which was, where was it? Did I change this? A little bit. I need to change the export though. No, there we go. I changed you a lot. Um, Added means for validating writing um, nearby Python files automatically. Um, manages ensuring a file in the jar is extant near the executable jar for real runtime scenarios. I don't know. Words, phrasing, I don't know. Okay, with all that work, all that stuff done, all that good. Here you go, folks. If you want to play with that, feel free. Oh, the reading was supposed to have the thing about, is my cat trying to break down the door? Dude, you are so aggressive. Uh, okay, I need to add the thing about, where's the, am I not logged, oh, I'm not logged in. Am I not logged in? What the fuck? Seriously? It, it never logs me out. Why did it do that? It's a long, drawn-out ending. But eventually, I will actually end the stream. And eventually, I will actually put the fish in this box. There we go. Numbers I'm not going to say out loud because security reasons. Thank you. Logged in. I just need... Here we go. Doesn't matter for that. Okay. Actually, wait, no, I do need to include the... Okay. I think that's everything. I think I can go away now. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's nice to get that kind of stuff working and going. I like working on these things. If you're hanging around silently, thank you for being here. It was a pleasure. If you weren't, enjoy your life and whatever else you're doing otherwise for the last 4 hours. I'm gonna go chill out, have some food, and vibe for the rest of the day because that was 4 hours of solid programming work and me talking the whole time too. And that's just a lot to do in a day. So enjoy yourselves, be good to yourselves, be good to others, all that good stuff. It's important to do that for yourself and for the people around you. And I'll see y'all again in the future sometime, someday. We'll see what mood strikes and takes me upon the future. Um, I was in a programming mood today. Maybe I'll be more RuneScape or I don't know, Dark Souls 3. Gotta finish that. But it's been Ada, streaming at Reithger, coming to you from a bright but overcast day in Eastern Canada. Wishing all the best for you and saying I'll see you again next time. Bye.